All right. Well, we'll see how this goes. Something very different today. Real work. Real work, real quick. We'll see if this even cooperates. This might be more distracting than it's worth, but we'll see. Keep me interested. Might be good content. I think it's important to better. Save my hand a little bit. Hey, I know you. I don't know you. I follow you on Instagram. It's cool that you're checking this out. I don't follow you that closely, but I do follow you. Fernando, right? I checked out your stream at one point. You're in like animation. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit better. This is a storyboard for a live action. I think I can disclose it's a Pharma commercial. Technically, all of this is NDA, but I've stripped all the identifying brands and labels. I don't have to draw anything that should be identifiable. I don't have to disclose what's what, and it's not cast yet, and it won't be. This theoretically won't come back to bite me in the ass. I'm glad you like it. It works well so far. Though these it's not without its. There are some troubles. What I'm doing today is attempting. This just feels like a possible opportunity here to actually demo some stuff that I do in my day job, which is just storyboarding. But as you might understand, work has been slow. So even in live action commercials, so I haven't really had a good opportunity to quite do this. And as it was, I was rather distracted with doing the other subject I've been depicting, which is those Zelda streams. I'm surprised. I guess what you can see here are good rough drawings. I got up at 3 These are due as clean as I can make them at 4 p.m. today, which means I have essentially 5 hours to clean all this up. And it doesn't even look bad yet, or even at the moment. So I'm not too stressed, but there will be some challenges. And so this stream is going to offer a chance for me to, unless I run into severe technical difficulties or whatever, but there's an opportunity here to sort of showcase some techniques that I use when I'm cleaning up. When there isn't enough time to do things perfectly, as there never is, how do you approach cleanups? And I know in animation there's, you know, all sorts of simplifications, and those are sort of well understood and standardized. Maybe not standardized, but it's common to see similar techniques. And I find that in live action commercials, everybody kind of just does their own thing, and that's not necessarily great. So anyway, you don't have to be super you don't have to cheer me on or anything like that. I'm glad you've popped by. If you have questions, let me know. I'll do my best to answer. But part of this will just be sort of me rambling as I go through. And sometimes the hardest part of the job is just staying focused. And that's why I thought, hey, the streaming might actually help me instead of hinder, because I'll be a little bit could do better to match what's going on here. I could be a little bit what are they called? Like, it's on like an accountability device, right? I'm not gonna start browsing useless websites online, for instance, if there's a stream and people might be watching and I'm trying to demo best practices, or at least best practices how I see them. So I'll explain a little bit as I'm going on, and there might be some things that give you ideas or insights, or you might say, well, that is a terrible way to do things. But we'll know whether or not I made a mistake if we get to 4 p.m. So I'm going to try and stream for like 5 hours straight, which I've never done. So that'll be challenging in and of itself. Like, what if I need a potty break or something like that? But I went before I started, so hopefully that's not going to be an issue. And I know I draw fast, and there's, let's see, we can do some quick math here. I have a grid here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 45, except minus 1. So that's 44 frames that need cleaning up. That's a lot. And these are needing to get cleaned up to an extent to which, because everybody has their, it's like, oh, well, I can tell what's going on. Doesn't that mean they're clean? They have to be clean enough to be readable to people who don't read storyboards for a living. It's a common enough reality in my work that people who don't have imaginations need to be able to understand the scope of work. So these, we don't have enough time to make these look perfect or anything like that, but we can do our best and just see how it goes. But I will definitely do a lot of screw ups and things, maybe partially out of distraction, but also a lot of what's going on right now is just sort of automatic drawing. Like I just see a rough, and so I'm letting my hand more or less spaz out on the that I don't know if that's an insensitive word these days, so I shouldn't use it, but I'm not thinking much about where my hand is putting lines. I'm sort of reacting to it automatically and letting myself feel the emotion as to whether or not I have drawn something that is clear, makes sense, or is making a mistake. You know what's funny? Those dancing icons. Now you must have designed those. I see that now. But yeah, but I know that because I've done this many times, I know that if I simply just keep my butt in the chair and progress like this, that we can get a nice finish on everything, as long as I don't get too bogged down on trying to make anything look photorealistic or something like that. And I won't. Oop, there's a bug. Oh, and it went away. Good. Okay. Yeah, there could be all sorts of things that happen. Live stream. That said, the subject matter for this is super boring because it's a pharma commercial that is just basically the stories of two middle-aged women who have a condition that makes them self-conscious, and they have to wear heavy sunglasses when they go out. And now, thanks to a wonderful medication, they are able to change their lives for the better. There will be some fun challenges, like these women sort of need to be attractive, but not too attractive. And they haven't been cast specifically yet, although they have determined what their ethnic appearance should be. So we have basically a white woman and a black woman. We're going to make up these different audiences. I think they're fun. Oh, your emotes, right? I think they're fun too. They almost look like the chat is like scrolling up and down, like it's in the periphery of my vision. This will be the struggle today, is balancing my focus. But actually, so far, like I only need to do as good as I'm doing right now, for the rest of the until 5 p.m. But like this is already off to a good start. My approach, in a nutshell, with cleanups of this nature, cleanup jobs of this nature, is to identify and then process on a one-to-one basis. So go from frame to frame, drawing the most important subject in the frame, all the way through the entire project. Identify, like, what is the most important thing in this frame? Well, obviously the talent, you can tell I've been drawing specifically the talent. In this frame, it's the hand. In this frame, it's a bike wheel. I'll go through each frame one by one. Now, I should have started up here, but this frame felt more taxing, and it was easier for me to slide into this row. But I'll double back. I'll get to everything. Once the most important thing in each frame has been drawn, I go back to the beginning, and I draw the second most important thing in each frame until the second most important thing in each frame has been drawn. This process repeats until, lastly, I am drawing the least important thing, which generally is like the background or some small detail of something. If nothing else, these women need to have fairly beautiful eyes, as this is a eye medication. Done a bad job here of making their jawlines look similar, so let me see what I can do to amend that. The rough drawings for these were pretty rushed from just this morning. I think I mentioned, but I got up at 3 a.m. to start this project. So everything we've seen so far has been done today, specifically starting at 3 a.m. And I've already submitted these roughs to the director. He had very small notes, basically. He had a shot list prepared, which really helped to make sure that the work that I did, the decisions that I was making in the compositions, none of that was wasted time, as he was very clear where how he intended to tell the story visually. He's a very talented cinematographer that I've worked with in the past, and so thankfully we had some established trust, and actually even this campaign is a sequel of sorts to one that I had done previously. So a lot of familiarity. And of course, I've worked on many Pharma projects before, aside from that. So Not a challenge in this case to reinvent the wheel. My instincts, my experience, all helping out. This eye almost looks too big. I don't want to get trapped on fixing things, but I'd like to, if I can, treat everything like it's going to be a sample. You never know who is going to see the work and say, hey, can I get that guy's number? He looks like he's better than the last board artist that I used. That's fairly typical for me. And in this climate of uncertainty with work, it's never been more important to make sure you're doing your best, right? Okay, I forgot also to say, another strategy that I use is to draw the same subject through the entire thing as well. So for instance, instead of, okay, this next row is the black lady, and she's doing similar things and all that. We've got her in close-ups and smiling and stuff, and she's equally important. However, what makes sense to me in approach is to actually just stick with one person at a time, so that it's consistent. I mean, when it needs to be, it can be at least consistent. It's a great way of like practicing, getting like a lot of practice into drawing something like a specific person or a specific character. Like if, in this case, we don't know who will be cast here, and it won't be a celebrity. But if this person was cast, and I did have to be sort of capturing a likeness in these frames, I could make that less challenging for me by just focusing on doing that likeness instead of doing that likeness and then jumping to another person and doing their likeness, and then jumping to another person and doing their likeness. Far simpler, in my opinion, is to focus on one likeness at a time, one thing that needs to be consistent at a time. That way you're not fighting to remember what one person looks like versus another. Give your working memory a break. Okay. All right, if anybody's following along, save your work. This smile needs to be much better. Much bigger. I don't think that looks very good at all, but we don't have the luxury to chase down every small thing. It will always be true that I could have done differently and could have done better. But those realities are subordinate to the deadline at hand. Probably even a better strategy is to save all quality control for last. Those can be the concerns of the director, who's probably already planning on sending me notes on whatever revised notes, second set of notes on whatever it is that I send him at the end of the day. So there won't be, here it's supposed to be a different time of day, at a different day, on a different date. So she's allowed to have a different hairstyle here, for instance. So she needs to, we need to balance her consistency with change. Normally I wouldn't add so much detail to these eyeballs. They almost look like characters, which isn't always appropriate in advertising. But given that the whole premise is eye health, I don't think we can get around it. By zooming in and out, you can get a little bit of objectivity on what you're drawing and see how it's reading from a distance. It's extremely important. How something looks from a distance is so much more important than how it looks from close up. Big, bright, healthy eyeballs. Here she's wearing a bicycle helmet, if that's not clear. Hopefully it will be soon. You can have a little bit of creases in the corners of her mouth. She's not allowed to look like she's a teenager. Here's some trickiness. Between these two shots, we need to imply that there is a camera move, like a dolly. And so there's going to be a perspective shift. Wherein these frames will almost essentially get flopped because the person to the right of her The person on the right of frame needs to cross over to the left side. Do a quick save. And I am going to essentially, the camera is shooting from a long lens and dollying right with her staying as the subject. So we'll make it clear as we can that is what's happening. But there's going to be, as a result, bike helmets are hard to draw, but we can do it. They're not hard to draw, it's just hard to draw them without making them look dorky. This is a wide shot. It's about as wide as we get on most of these. So it's okay. Oh, gosh. Terrible way to for all my talk about not getting bogged down. Matters of perspective and size relationships do tend to get stuck with me. To remind myself, this doesn't have to be perfection. What's happening in this frame is her friend is helping her put on a bike helmet. She can have some sort of semi-athletic garb. Sort that out later. I'm not a fan of the smile that I drew here. It's like if I'm drawing something and I come look at it later and I don't like it, try to listen to that. There's something catching. And just because I don't like it, you know, it's like client might not notice, and thus it might not matter. But if they do notice, They might not know why they don't like what they're looking at. And that could cause all sorts of problems. The main purpose of these commercial storyboards of this nature, of this type, is to just put all the stakeholders at ease that the things that they need to be on camera are clearly going to be on camera. It almost represents a contract. In some ways, it very much represents a contract of understanding between the production company and the client, the stakeholders, the people that pay to have the commercial produced. Hey, Alexa. This stream might not be as interesting as the Zelda stuff. This is me attempting to demo some drawing techniques that I use in my day job. This is an actual job that is sort of generic and vanilla enough to be subject for a stream, but not for those same reasons. It's not going to be super compelling subject matter. But when I talk about my day job, and why it's not very exciting, it's because it's this. This is what I do. Okay, she's not allowed to have big buggy eyes. Simplify. Boring but necessary. Yeah. What have you been doing? I'm attempting to make this boring job less boring for me and put a little bit more at stake by streaming it. We'll see. I may end up regretting it, but I don't think so. Anyway, you don't have to disclose. It's just making conversation. Ah. Studying anatomy. When you say worksheets, you mean like makes it sound like homework. Is that homework for you or the therapist? But the studying anatomy stuff I can relate to. Okay. It's good on you to do what's important for your kid, you know? I haven't talked about it much on the stream, and I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but my daughter is she had cancer when she was a baby, and that was a really crazy ordeal that we all went through. And she's much better now, and we hope forever. But it was a very difficult time. And it lasted a few years, I did tell. Oh, someone I can ban. Let me do this. Okay. Let's see here. How do I fight this person? How do I ban? Can I ban you? Let's see here. Click to reply, pin this message. What does this do? Oh, here we go. Warn, timeout, ban. There we go. Bye-bye. You've been banned. Bam, bam, bam. Like, you get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Bots and magic. I'm gonna call you bots. Wait, no, because we just banned a bot. I shouldn't call you bots. Call you magic. That sounds better, right? Alexa, I was telling Magic that my approach to cleaning up storyboards is very... I know some artists who just sort of go through it, like they'll start at the beginning and clean up this drawing, and then go to the next one, clean up this drawing, and go to the next one, clean up that drawing. And that's a very... That's a very potentially inefficient way of storyboarding or doing cleanup work, because it sort of limits it's hard to, at least for me, to do that work and pace myself. I'll always be considering my deadline. It's like, of course, clients want it fast, cheap, and good. Oh, this is always tricky, but here I am trying to draw someone on a bike. Luckily, these are like, the story is she's on like a rented bike with her friends, so doesn't have to look anything impressive or special. For this vignette, at least, she's on a rented bike. It's nothing, it's not a brand of bike being showcased. Well, got a little sidetracked, forgot what I was going to say, but it'll come. Anyway, I like to consider the whole job at once, which is why I have all these frames laid out. But then when you do that, you're like, well, holy shit, look at all this work. It's like, how do you even tackle a mountain of work like this? And so I use mental hacks by basically blending up the project into indiscriminate bits of, it's almost like tokenizing, I guess. Whatever they call that, the terrible way that AI chops up and digests the information they feed it. But by thinking it as bite-sized pieces of work that in and of themselves can be simply done and don't have to necessarily relate to the whole. The job can mentally become easier. Andy, welcome, man. I saw your stream the other day. I swear by this technique, by the way. It's not nothing that hasn't stood the test of time. Got me out of a lot of jams. The fortitude is so important. These days, the hardest thing for me is just not losing my shit when my family and like, because I love my family, I love my kids, but they really interrupt me a lot with the work from home shit. So that's been very difficult for me to adapt to. Nonetheless, this technique still holds because it's always better, of course, to concentrate, but it allows for breaks in focus to occur and not disrupt the whole thing. Perfect voice for this. well. I hope I also have the perfect face. I look as grungy as I could possibly look right now. This is like I was like, maybe no one will tune in, and that'll be good because I really need to like shower and shave. My only excuse is I was working late last night on a different project, and I got up today at 3 a.m. to work on this. There just hasn't been a lot of time. That makes it sound like I'm super busy with work. The reality is I'm not, which is why I'm panicked about, fuck, I want to do a good job on this. I want to impress these clients. I want to, get back into being busy again. But I'm a little rusty. It's true. So, just some challenges there. Andy, I thought you sounded great on your stream. And Magic, you did too. Everybody sounds great. There's no, I'm not better or worse than anything I've heard out there. Anyway, Andy, I'm not sure if you've been listening much, but this is all one big project, and by going in and just focusing on the advantage of this layout is I can focus on one person at a time and keep them consistent throughout the entire story so that every time I draw them, I get better at drawing them. It's more efficient, and then by the last time I draw them, I'm like an expert at drawing them. Something like 44 frames here. I'm going to draw this woman 22 times. 22nd time, it's like I'm not even thinking. Even right now, I'm not even thinking. Whereas if I treated every drawing as a separate task in and of itself, I think my brain would start to cry. And, I'd forget how to draw one person by the time I got to the next. Anyway, my memory is Swiss cheese, so this is a nice way of sort of heading that problem off at the pass. My working memory can focus on being where I need it. If you see in commercials, I think it's extremely important to be able to zoom out, see the whole spot, and have a sense of the scope of the entire Mighty Adam has joined. Don't think I've had a boarding gig in months. Ugh. My best client just like yesterday booked me on a project that I've needed, and they've been my best client for 7 years, almost having me booked every day. This is my first project with them in 9 months. Not 9 months. Well, since September. My best client hadn't booked me since September. This is a client that, like, just had me on rotation. Hey, Adam. Adam, have we met in life? That might be are you in the Storyboard Discord? See, I was almost started drawing this woman, but she's not the person I'm drawing right now. We'll get to her. Not going bad so far. It might be possible, for instance, for me to spend an hour drawing the principal characters. See how well that goes, just focusing on them. Maybe 2-3 hours drawing the most important thing. And then I'll still have another 3 hours left to draw the backgrounds and the you know, secondary characters, the less important things. Well, let's see here. Actually, gotta get my math straight. I should say 4 p.m. is not my drop dead deadline, but it's when the client is ideally expecting to see things. So me having things ready by then, that's the goal. If it has to be like 4:30 or something, it's not the end of the world. They're not showing the client until tomorrow, but they have an artist, not an artist, but like an intern basically standing by starting at 4 p.m. my time to receive my output. And this is just the first round of review. That's what these are for. Reviewing shooting boards, essentially, with the agency. So we can expect, even after that, later in the week, maybe after everybody's reviewed everything, they'll have more notes. And if they don't, that's a shame, because I get paid by the hour, and I'd love to make a little bit more money. But it's just as well that I don't, because I've got that other project, like I said. But the project that had me booked yesterday couldn't book me today because they celebrate Juneteenth. So I was really lucky to have this job that was willing to wait a little bit, at least, for me to be able to fill in, or to jump on it, and it fills in the gap. That's helpful. Super helpful. Because before that, I hadn't worked for 2 weeks straight. And for me, like, work is like oxygen. I don't know if everybody else is the same way, but it's like, if I don't work, I feel like I'm gonna die. My bank account this morning was nearly overdrafted. I'm sure it's the same with everybody else. But hopefully things can turn around. In advertising can't hold its breath for as long as other industries. Between these two frames, I have to recall that there needs to be something that feels like camera movement, like a slow dolly from side to side. That would be more like a track or trucking shot. So even though these drawings had the same rough underdrawing, I'm going to make this was per the director's request. They wanted to see something that feels like the perspective is shifting from one drawing to the next. It's a challenge, but not too hard. But it does, for some of these frames, double the amount of work that I was going to do. It's like I have to render 2 drawings all of a sudden. I'm trying to draw quickly, these people, but not so much rush just yet. That need will come later. It's not like the drawings themselves or the approach will be much different, but I'm gonna do something to make it look like she's got a pocket there. So, like, obviously she's wearing an artistic smock. She's in a painting class here. Have some paint splotches to sell it. That's right, she's got her eyesight back, baby. Time to be creative. Do you ever do a foreground layer, middle ground layer, and background and give full parallax for stuff like this? Sometimes. On this project, in this case, there's not enough time or really good reason to sort of cinch that. Like if I really needed like perfect continuity on specific things, I think that would make sense. In this case, it's fairly generic. There's an opportunity here to be fairly generic, so. Sometimes using layers in that way will save you time, and sometimes it slows you down. It's tricky. Sometimes it's just like, is that what it's about? If that's what it's about, like selling that, then totally. But that's a terrible drawing. That eye. Little bit of creases. Something that feels like just a touch, a kiss of time. Just a gentle caress of aging. Yeah, part of what I'm trying to do on this stream, like this stream specifically, is that like show specifically, and it's like it's not a like there are shortcuts that I do that I'll show later on. Those will be towards the end, and then again, it's like it's noon. This will get really interesting in the hours between. For like shortcuts and stuff, between the hours of like 3 and 4 p.m. there will be a lot more stuff like that. These first 2 hours are gonna be, and of course the first hour is basically up now. And it looks like what we did is like a drop in the bucket because there's so much stuff here left to go. But by eliminating the most important thing in each frame, like where the eye needs to go, concentrating on drawing that small or large part of each frame, getting that done first, will allow later on for there to be all kinds of cheapo shortcuts to just quickly indicate, okay, here's a person, and it's like a very abstract person, but it looks good. Or here's a very abstract background, but it reads. And how I execute that. But for me, with this kind of project, I definitely don't have a lot of layers. I've got the rough layer. I'm not drawing on that. Make sure I'm not drawing on that. And so I'll have maybe a few layers of the cleaned up line art. And then a separate layer for the arrows. There will be some arrows that go over these. Strong line work base. Yeah, I use... I try to space my time out so that I spend the most time on the things that matter the most, specifically. And then... which means by default that the things I spend the least amount of time are the things that matter the least. What tends to happen is in the last hour, there's just this mad rush of me just scribbling in the backgrounds, often insanely gesturally, with no thinking, just going by instinct at that point. But by then my brain is like, I've been drawing this since 3 a.m. And I'm really warmed up, so I'm not even really needing to think too much right now. But by the time it gets to 4 p.m., it's going to be like a machine gun coming out of my fingers, just spraying great drawings. Oh, hey, Faye. Well, we'll talk about Zelda another day. But I know what you're referring to, the new Zelda game. Rough layer that you're drawing over that has gone to client. Yes. So the rough layer that I'm drawing on, that went to approval to my director this morning at 8 a.m. Took me about 4 or 5 hours to... depending on what you call work, but I got up at 3 and turned it in at 8. So between 4 and 5, I'll bill for 5 basically, but maybe 10 minutes of that was me on the toilet, searching for something on the internet to entertain me, etc. This is a dolly move indicated here, but it's a long lens dolly move, which means she is only going to change in perspective a little bit, while these foreground elements, like something here, will wipe all the way to the other side of her, like that, in this move. It's very tricky to get all that set. I do hourly Faye, I might mute you if you very temporarily, but I may mute you if you step all over the storyboard conversation, because this is trying to be a demo about that. The distinction between the important stuff and the non-important stuff is that's everything about composition and storytelling, really. I had the idea to do that approach. It's not revolutionary It's not like it's a revolutionary approach. But the I remember on one job, this was many years ago, I was talking to a line producer. The line producer was just barking up my butt, like, when are we going to get these storyboards? When are we going to get these storyboards? And I was moving fast. They're like, there was no reason. You know, on that job, I was paying the sins for the sins of the last artist he hired who, like, was super slow and, like, burned him or something like that. And he didn't want to have another issue where he was waiting around for storyboards all day. And, like, I sympathize, but, like, dude, I wasn't that guy. You know, you don't have to be mean to me about it. Not like I said anything like that, but you know. So I was like, okay, I really stepped on the gas. I got him done. He was very pleased, you know, that I took him seriously with his need and such like that. And so, you know, it came up in conversation, and I was like, okay, so you're a line producer. It's like, why is it that every line producer is super interested in having the storyboards like yesterday? Because everybody else feels like they can, you know, wait. But the line producer keeps needing to say, hey, I need those boards yesterday, kind of a thing. We can't wait, you know. Stop drawing so well and just send them to me, kind of a thing. And so I wanted to know, I was like, why is that? Why is it always like the line producer that feels like no matter what shape they're in, that they need to see storyboards yesterday? And he explained that the line producer essentially makes the budget for what appears in front of camera. And so if you've got a background that has a park in it, he knows he needs to requisite a park. If he sees something that involves, if there's 4 characters riding on bicycles, he knows he needs 4 bicycles. If there's 2 lamps in a shot, he knows he needs 2 lamps. Each of those things costs money, and he can then make a budget with the thing. But until they see the visual solution for what's needed, it's anybody's guess how many lamps actually are needed to be in this spot, because they don't want to pay for stuff that they don't need. Like, of course, if you are in a bedroom, or like if, you know, they're renting, you know, that not everything is like a rented house. Sometimes they do things that way, but pretty much everything is staged from absolute nothing. So, you know, they don't even build walls that they don't have to on a stage. All that would cost money that would just be wasted money if they did. And people who make budgets don't like to waste money. So they use storyboards as a tool to inform what the actual, like, how to make money, basically. And they can see in the storyboard if there's even any way to make money, because if what is being called for is too expensive and exceeds the budget, they need to know about that yesterday. So that is something that makes them need all that stuff. And so that's interesting. And then I was adding, you know, more questions to the conversation, and I overheard him talking to the director, and I was learning that they were going to shoot the last frame that I had drawn on the first day, and the first frame that I had drawn on the last day. And I was like, okay, well, why is that? You don't shoot the thing in chronological order? And they're like, no, of course not. And in any case, the talent that is available the talent that we need for the first frame isn't available until the last day. And the location that we need for the third frame isn't available until next week or whatever. And I was realizing that was part of what, like, a AD does. Like, a first AD is they work with the line producer to build a timeline of the shoot, and they use storyboards to inform that. So having storyboards that really do reflect the entire project is super important for the people who organize and plan the project, not just the people who approve, like, yes, let's greenlight this thing. They really do need to, for just to do their jobs and get them done on time, they need to know what goes into the soup, so they need to see the ingredients, they need the recipe so they can order the ingredients, or whatever it is, whatever the analogy would be. It was that conversation that made me realize that it made sense by the same token, it may make more sense for me to draw the storyboards in a different order than start to finish. Why, why should the first frame be the first thing that I work on? Why should the last frame be the last thing that I work on? What if there were efficiencies in sort of distributing things? And in fact, it even makes more sense. This is a terrible drawing of someone holding a paintbrush, but whatever. God. Okay. That's better. Jeez. By distributing the work in different sections where you are, how often, I'm asking rhetorically, but I can tell you it's very often that even approved frames can be, new information comes in and they get changed. So what can happen is, you'll spend a lot of time making one drawing look amazing, and then minutes later, the director says, "Oh yeah, we're cutting that shot." And I'm like, holy moly, I just spent half an hour drawing it or more, and now it's gone. I still have all this other work left to do, and the new frame that you're requesting added into that, how am I supposed to meet your deadline now? In that case, it would have made sense for me to do what I'm doing here, where we don't think of the whole thing as the workload that can get sort of smeared and applied in layers. If I had used my approach in that scenario, I would have only worked on the most important thing in that frame by the time it got cut. Meaning, I wouldn't have wasted half an hour. I would have wasted 7 minutes at most. And if that was the only change that they had, then that's all I would have wasted. So it kind of makes sense to, on many levels, to sort of use this approach. It's not applicable to every project, but I've been able to apply it to most of the work that I've done, that I need to do for storyboarding in general. Let's see here. Faye, we'll chat like in a couple days about Zelda. I got booked on some projects, so unfortunately this is I'm doing a different demo today. When it's hourly, do you know how many hours to charge? Do you charge a set amount before, or do you tell them how many hours it took when you're done? The work I do comes from my agent, which I've been with the agency frameworks for almost 20 years, and it's been a lot of people, even sometimes from their personal experience, might have a good reason, but it's not popular these days, I guess, to work with agencies, or when people do it, they're begrudging about it. But for me, it's always been something that helped me to. I mean, an agent is something. Oh, sorry. So essentially, a client tries to estimate how much work they think it is, and then my agent tries to tell me how much it's theoretically supposed to be. And most clients that I have are able to sort of essentially say, book out a day, which is like 8 hours. And they'll say, hey, we've got 1 day booked on this job. We know it's not much, but we know you're fast, and you can, whatever the best you can do in a day is, we know it'll be great. And I say, great, I'll just do my best. And so that's it. I just do my best in 8 hours, turn it in. Usually it does great. So, and there are some projects where I'm like, hey guys, I don't know what you were thinking, but this isn't 8 hours of work. And I know what 8 hours of work is, because I do it all the time. So if I say it's not 8 hours of work, it ain't 8 hours of work. And my agent, whom I've been working with for 20 years, and she knows I know what I'm doing, takes my word at that sort of thing. I don't get pushback from my agency on any of that stuff. They know I'm honest. They know they can count on me. My clients know I'm honest. My clients know they can count on me. The worst thing I think I've ever done is this stream, where I'm technically streaming something that I'm being paid for, and I shouldn't be doing that. So this is about as dishonest as I get, is sort of cheating a little bit and turning this into Storyboard School Hour. But I've also decided that after 20 years, I'm going to start taking some more risks like that. So here it is. Here's me doing it. This kind of process seems perfect for that kind of setup. It is, yes. And the weirdly, a lot of things have sort of been very advantageous for me in terms of like learning the process and figuring out setups that work best, because commercials, like a 30-second commercial, is often it's often just 1 day's work, or at least it used to be. Should be. But I try to think of like 30 seconds, that's maybe, if you're doing it right, 21 to 24 individual drawings. That can be done in a day, therefore it should be about a day's work. So try to do it in a day. Which means that you can do a lot, like if you work in commercials, you can do a lot of commercials in your career. There was a time I used to do 100 commercials a year. And when you're doing 100 different commercials in a year, you see and experience like a lot of different, you have to draw so many different kinds of things. Like a Tylenol commercial is completely different from a car commercial, until you've done 1,000 of them, and then you realize how they can be similar, or unexpected ways of finding similarities to things. You learn a lot about advertising, but you really iterate your process every time, because the challenges for every commercial are unique to the commercial. Like on a TV show, I've never worked on a TV show, but I imagine, for instance, that, you know, people talk about advertising like it's formulaic, but I've never seen a TV show that didn't have its catchphrases, for instance. Even shows that you wouldn't think would have their catchphrases do. Like, here's a catchphrase. Let's cook. What's that from? So everything is affected by formulas. And over time, the experience and obviousness of those formulas, especially in advertising, really get rammed into your head. And they become second nature. These have to be bright, healthy eyeballs. That one was okay, but can't have any eyes or anything that looks like it catches the eye or looks weird in any of these drawings. So any and all mistakes must not be noticeable. Okay, too bad. All right. Oh, I guess I have to draw her here too. Almost thought I was done with her. It's possible that at 4 p.m. I don't have everything ready. And at that point, I might resort to having to use some of these rough lines even in the final composition. I'll essentially just splice them into the clean drawings with like lasso tools or whatever's quickest. But the roughs were solid. The roughs were approved by director. They had the right composition. Just about making them look a little nicer. Here she's looking into a mirror. She's doing a self-portrait. I'm gonna mess around making everything perfect. And if I do, it'll be at the end, but sometimes I just can't help myself. Hey, Ben. I'm glad you're here. This is like my first storyboarding demo. You missed all the good stuff, though. No, just kidding. But assuming that you're just now joining, the Ben does like storyboards. Ben is an excellent artist who has decided to become a storyboard artist at probably the most difficult time to become a storyboard artist. So he has my sympathies, but also my support in that. But this stream is kind of a rare one in that I'm able to sort of justifiably kill two birds with one stone by streaming, which is what I wanted to do a storyboard demo, which I've wanted to do, but also get real work done. So have it both ways a little bit. And I need these women to look good, be all the right things. Hold on, I gotta text my wife, let her know that I'm streaming and that things are good. Hi, boo, I'm streaming. Streaming and working. Okay, yeah. Magic is a little new to the game as well. Now you're more specifically in animation, which is just as, if not more, under assault from all the contraction right now. Boy, that's about the nicest pair of eyes I think I'll get away with here. It's been a rough time, yeah. Well, this is a place to gather our collective miseries, but I'm not I'm determined to, when things come back, and I think they will. You know, and Ben and Andy, you know me socially, even if just through Discord, and we have kind of a more newer collective of idea that what if we didn't all just exist in a vacuum anymore and did more sharing of ideas and felt like our industry was a little bit more cooperative. I know in animation it's different. In animation, we work in big teams of artists and all that. And work is distributed in a way that that is sensible and has utility and a long history, and there's standardization and things like that. So, assuming all of that is still true, in some ways, I'd like to see what we do in like the freelance live action boarding. I'd like to see that become more like the attitudes in animation. But my experience with animations, I have basically no personal experience with storyboarding animation, like for Disney or something like that. But I do know, second or third hand from the experiences of my mom, who worked at Disney as a storyboard artist, a little bit how things work. So here the mom is giving a high five to the husband that I've yet to draw. So you can see that what I've done now, so I've drawn all of this woman, and now I'm just going to reverse the entire process, moving backwards, drawing all of the other women until I get to the front. And why am I doing it that way? Well, it sort of ensures that I stick with my process, but I'm also thinking randomly. Not randomly, but in a way that forces me to not think linearly. All right? I'm not thinking about how the story is told. I'm only focused on drawing one thing at a time, drawing it well, quickly, and moving on to the next important thing. This process forces the most important things to be drawn the best. It forces you to use all of your time at maximum efficiency. And that way, and you guys are watching me, like I haven't wasted a second since I started this stream. We'll know that if 4 p.m. comes around and I'm not done to a good result, we'll know it was impossible for me to do that. Now, it'll, whatever. It won't be the end of the world. I'll just spend another hour and then it'll be done. But we're shooting for 4 p.m. because that's what client wants. And we're going to see if this technique gets us there. His hand looks super distorted, but it's kind of like a weird angle. She's completing a puzzle through a glass table. As usual, I'm drawing these women a little too attractive, but that's okay. As long as they're simple, it should be okay. Shouldn't be too hard to add a wrinkle or two, age them up a bit. And hopefully she's coming across as African American. That's the demographic that was decided. This stuff is all determined, at least on pharma jobs, this stuff is all determined by focus groups and people with data. This might be a little much right here. I don't want to get any notes like that back. Like, can you tame her hair or something like that? One moment with mom. Jeez, everybody save your work. I need a timer that like every 10 minutes says save your work, save your work. Because I don't think I've saved in like an hour. So in fact, I'm gonna do iterative save, which helps prevent data loss through data corruption, because very, well, not super common, but common enough is if you're saving, that's one thing, but program files can and do become corrupted. And if you don't want to start from utter scratch, when you did everything in your power to save regularly, doing iterative saves, so basically saving and it just adds a number to the file name every time you do that. And that's good practice. Low angle on the head. Head is tilted back, so we see like her ears well below her mouth in this case. Top of her head very much minimized. Chin above the jaw. Among other distractions, I do have to have my email open just in case director says, hey, kill that shot, you know. But so far, so good. I love my pizza hands. I heard the term pizza hands watching an animation demo. There was some like controversy on Twitter about pizza hands, which is essentially this hand, you know, like triangle, wedge, and they were like, don't draw pizza hands, draw this instead. And well, there was definitely logic to the whole discourse, but I was sort of moping a bit in my silent defense of pizza hands being basically the smartest thing to draw in a commercial, where you can't just have people gesticulating without you have to leave room for the actor's performance, and in animation it's different, of course, but boarding for live action, it makes sense to think about things generically, about what reads quickly and doesn't step on the toes of the professionals that will come after. This is a bowl of popcorn. We don't draw every kernel of corn. It's enough to draw 1 or 2 and then draw the texture that goes around. That's it. In fact, 1 or 2 can fall. Nah. Distracting. This was the script. Getting out a bowl of popcorn and a couple of sodas. So that's what she's doing. And I wanted her to close a cabinet or maybe the refrigerator door. I just wanted something that looked like she had a specific mission in the kitchen besides just carrying things. And I think this overlap has to get split. So that feels good. Mom's got her mojo back thanks to her new medication. Okay, this is tricky. We're supposed to see her hand completing or putting down a puzzle piece while we see her face in the reflection. So Ben asked, I probably missed this from earlier, do you lay down tone and loose thumbnail to get the frame down and then draw it back over it later? Yeah. Just really quickly, this was the... This was essentially... These look good, but this was essentially the approved rough drawing that I'm working from that I did earlier today. So since I know they're approved by the director, I'm just moving forward with as much boldness and quickness as I can to do what I can to clean them up, but there's plenty that is... plenty that's already working in the frames. And then Andy says, most of the movie, TV guys, show guys I talk to work almost exclusively from a shot list and script. In my time at the agency I was with at the end of almost last year, I almost never got a shot list for commercials. What's your experience preference on that? Those guys are lucky they get a script. So I'll tell you something that is, and this isn't a secret because I tell every fucking person who will listen. But the days of commercials being this thing where like you got booked for like 1 or 2 days and then whatever, they don't need you anymore or whatever. That's actually more rare for me than anything. It's been my experience that the commercials need bookings that far exceed what they used to, because something happened about 10 years ago where they stopped sticking to the scripts that they would write. There would be approved scripts, but then the scripts that were approved, like the agency writes a script, the client approves it, and then we start to storyboard. Except there's changes to the script coming in every day, and we're supposed to like dynamically change what the commercial looks like almost every day based on the new scripts that are coming in. And so in some cases, like a 30-second commercial can book you like 3-4 days. Like that's common now. And if a commercial is like a minute long, you can get booked for like 2 weeks on it. And when I started out, like minute-long commercials didn't even exist. But now almost every commercial has a minute-long option. It's like a director's cut of a commercial almost. And storyboards for commercials, which already paid higher day rates, typically than like TV or film, became very lucrative to, I mean, they're challenging. You have to deal with stuff that is a little absurd sometimes, like in terms of deadlines or, you know, egos or whatever. But I don't see it as much worse than what could be possible in film. And anyway, because the scripts are treated like they're just temporary, that's why they need storyboards to solve the problem of telling the story. So I don't know if I'm answering the question well, but I'm using it as an opportunity to say that, like, and everybody's experience might be different, but like I don't have experience in film and television because the demand in commercials has been substantial for a long time for people who can hack the challenges, you know, do like, you know, meet deadlines like this and get it done. And it's been interesting for me to sort of reflect. I'm like, well, you know, it used to be that I'd like, okay, one day I'll get into film and television, one day I'll get into film and television, but I'm not sure if I care at this point. I'm not sure it would be like this financial leap forward for me. I don't see how that would be possible. those guys get shot lists. Good. We don't, and they need us more often because of the problem-solving capabilities as a result of not having scripts, not having shot lists. In this case, the director knew what he was doing, and they had a limited budget, and a shot list was ready. But that's rare. It's rare for me now. It's very rare. Now, why wouldn't a commercial have a shot list? Well, think about a commercial for, like, say, Target that is sort of a commercial for Target as a department store, but also the products that you buy at Target. And everything that is in a Target commercial, as far as products that they sell, is a commercial for those products as well. So all these brands have to be on board and doing the same. It has to go through all these different levels that decide what is actually going to be in the Target commercial. Now, Target commercial isn't a great example because often they have very limited budgets and timelines. But I've yet to work on a Target commercial in the past few years, at least, that didn't need, at least 3 days worth of work on a 30 or 15-second commercial. Because there's no script. Every day you would get this new list of products that had changed from the day before, because because they couldn't work out the licensing for the vendor. Like the Target commercial will have these shirts and these pants, but then the branding couldn't be agreed to in terms in time for the contract, so they swap them out and say, okay, no apparel, we're gonna run a sale on these chips. Simple as that. But like the dynamic changing of things at the last minute in advertising means that the iterating on the storyboards is fierce, and it's very necessary for the whole production, because it basically keeps track of like what's in and what's out of the commercial and gives the client something to approve. Now keeping up with that is an extreme challenge. Keeping it straight, like in your head, and then getting it on paper and doing it quickly. It's like the drawings have to be scribbles sometimes at that point. But yeah, they need a lot of storyboarding. Pretty much consistently, the commercials are the best paying. Narrative is more stable, typically getting booked for months. While of course, I've heard things like that. I don't know. I don't know if we all have like the same, like if you've never been in the commercial sphere before, it's definitely I think challenging to start. But I feel like comparatively like at least compared to some metrics, yes, it's like a film that loves you and knows they're going to need you to board out the entire thing or whatever. And, they've got $1 million budgets or something like that. So they definitely, can afford hiring storyboard artists and having them around a while to board whatever comes up, and, all that's great. And I'm sure it's like, how cool, you get to work on like Planet of the Apes or Fast and Furious, just to name some things that leaped to my mind. obviously really cool IPs, and feeling very much connected to Hollywood that way, and, you know, meeting and doing all the cool things with cool directors. But when I meet those guys, I expect to get knocked. Like, I'm like, wow, you know, those guys aren't rolling up in Lamborghinis or doing, you know, sushi nights at like Nobu and stuff. Or maybe they are, but like they don't look like they are. They don't appear to be doing. They're certainly not flaunting excess wealth that I can tell. They're just basically looking like normal guys, you know, make a living. But I'm almost certain that the living that my parents made in animation, like storyboarding and writing for animation in the 80s and 90s, that was like a very much an upper middle class, not upper middle class, but solid middle LA kind of middle class kind of life. So it's puzzling to me that like, I'm like, okay, like if I knew somehow that it would be the case that the storyboarding in TV and film would like give me enough money to send my kids to private school or something like that, you know, ridiculous stuff like that, then that would give me like a solid metric of comparison. But meanwhile, I know that the day rates generally for commercials are higher, and that you know, advertising doesn't really have seasons. It's just always busy, generally always busy. Even if right now it's being like an effect of the contraction or something like that, it definitely feels less busy than it should be. But advertising isn't something that can hold its breath for long. It definitely always needs to be new advertising, always. Whereas, like right now, they can probably survive for years off the backlog of film and TV that was produced during the golden age of production or whatever, which has seemingly ceased. But a factor against my argument is apparently my rate is low compared to what some guys are getting in the industry. I'm surprised to hear a little bit about the high rates that some people are getting. I'm a little bit dubious as to whether or not that's even sustainable. But and some guys were like, "Ooh, I get $1,000 a day," and I'm like, "Dude, like, what? I gotta raise my rate." I talked to my agent about it, and she was like, I don't think so. You know, there's not enough demand out there for that right now. I'm like, okay, well, when there is, raise my rate, because other people are apparently getting it. Yeah, client specific. So one thing that as a result of doing things through the agency, is pretty much it's like one rate is one rate, and almost everything I do comes through my agency. I have very few side clients, like very few, just out of like not really needing to venture much outside of my agency's network. They're all like my clients anyway. Yeah, I think so, like I think some opportunities are definitely like, if the client is at a huge disadvantage and having problems filling a role and it's like a job I don't want, I might be like, listen, agent, you gotta charge this client more because this is going to be a hell of a job and I don't even want it, kind of thing. Maybe in that circumstance. But I think the lack of standards in pricing and procedures in what we do is working against us overall. Hage, what's up? What's the PIMA fee? Pain in my ass? Oh, that makes sense. Hage, what's up, man? You caught me doing some paid work today. Can't sleep. Yeah, okay. It is... Let's see here. It's the middle of the night for you, isn't it? Or something. I'm bad at math, but Hage usually joins my streams. Hage's in Japan. Usually joins my streams at 4 a.m. when his kids are getting to bed or something like that. So maybe it's 4 a.m. for Hage right now. 5 a.m. Wow. Not talking about rates only helps the other party. The more we talk about rates instead standards, yeah. I'm also concerned about no one I would disclose, but I'll just say I was at a my wife made a smoothie. I'm going to go grab it in a second, but I'll say what I was going to say. More than rates, I'm very concerned about... I think our profession has a personality problem. I honestly do. I'm not really talking about anybody that... or there's not like specifics, but there's just something about... It feels like it's just operating in sort of a denial that we are in a... I don't know. In my opinion, I think taking the concept of customer satisfaction more seriously would seriously benefit our industry as a whole. It's been clear to me on my many interactions with new clients or clients in general that there's a lot of anxiety among producers with just the concept of hiring storyboard artists. They all have things that have happened in the past that have totally... And I'm not saying it's like producers are the good guys and storyboard artists are the bad guys. That's not the case. But I also think that more could be done to, I don't know, have something that felt like, I don't know, maybe more... I don't know. Part of what I'm trying to do here is set what I consider to be a good example, There are some artists that I've heard, talk about deadlines like they didn't matter. And it's like, what's the client going to do anyway, Or, and it's like very common, I think, in our industry is to... because it's very feast and famine for some of us, and especially right now, to take on more work, to say you can do more work than you can, or to overstate your skill level and and get in over your head, and then have a project go south, and then just sort of be in denial about what your role in it going bad was. It's like, well, it's not my fault, or whatever. And I'm not perfect. I've definitely messed up jobs before and felt extremely bad about it, because the more I understood the importance of storyboarding as a function of, as it functions in the industry, the more I realized it's like, shit, this is an important job that, for better or for worse, at the moment can only be done by artists who are available. And there's very little that controls what artists are available and all that. But being loosey-goosey about deadlines, or having bad attitudes about responsibilities that are, this stuff is important. And it takes, I don't know. I feel like on every job with a new client, I have to win back their trust on behalf of all these other artists that they've interacted with and not had good experiences with. Same way that we've kind of opened up the dialogue internally with this group, I think we could use some of that cross-pollination with other people in the creative industry. Yeah, I agree, 100%. We're too insulated. Just, it's a huge problem. Like, we're not accountable to something that feels larger. I'd love to have group chat with some producers, directors, talk through the needs, problems, and expectations. I agree 100%. I think that report, setting expectations, exactly. We all have, different experiences that are okay, eat your chips. Eat them in bed. Spill crumbs. But yeah, it's really well, whereas I didn't used to care about what other artists were doing until AI came along, and I watched so many directors and producers sort of, if not stating this directly, sort of imply it by sort of being so willing to hand over roles that, AI doesn't do storyboards well yet. So that I'm not too stressed about, but the instant AI does a good job at doing storyboards, like, I know some guys who are never going to be hired again. Never. Because they are, and it's no one in the like Discord group or anything like that, but it's like these guys who think, and maybe, I don't want to like get on anybody's case about, frankly, I'm like, okay, I threw that storyboard artist party. I met a lot of the guys, and I was like, okay, we are overly represented in terms of like neurodivergent individuals, and that makes sense given like the processing brain power of our job and stuff like that, and the challenges that are facing like visual creativity and expressing oneself through creative mediums and stuff like that, and memory and all the things, but I'm like, okay, half the people here have like a Rain Man like personality and or trait that makes it pretty clear what's happening. Neurodivergent, that's a very like common parlance, like autistic or Asperger's or ADHD or I don't know, not to say it goes into mental illness, not so much that, but just thinking differently, maybe. Not thinking the way normal people do. And if if Asperger's or autism is a thing, like very difficult when you have those conditions, is what I've heard, that to I don't know, to regulate emotions well and social settings and understand social cues and maybe come across too grumpy and all those things. And I definitely feel like I'm somewhere on that spectrum, somewhere, not very far in. But I'm a little crazy, but but I sympathize somewhat with clients who may be like, you know what, I'm sick of hiring storyboard artists. Every time I do, it's like pulling teeth, getting them to do what I want. And their drawings all just look too scribbly, and they always focus on drawing the wrong thing, and they are always late, and they always smell weird and stuff like that. And, I don't know. They have no charm or class or, blah, 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 blah. And, and maybe it's just been my experience, but when I meet other storyboard artists, I actually see that too. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, I can't believe you just said that to a client, It's like, do you know who that was that you just insulted? That's the head of production. And when other artists make these goofs, it's really hard then to... We all get colored by that paintbrush. Storyboard artists in general are not worth the money we pay for them or whatever. It's like, boy, I can't wait for this guy to get out of here, kind of a thing. I got beat with that ADHD. Okay, yeah. No, I mean, it's like, I definitely, like, borderline alcoholic and workaholic for sure. And, as sensitive as artists get, with stuff. I'm lucky that, I've got handsome, good looks, and then mostly people are nice to me, but I've also over time realized that, all my friends are neurodivergent, and, I guess that's just my circle. They're my people. But at the same time, I recognize that, boy, it might be good for us as a whole if we could figure out a way to, at the very least, stop offending clients, And let me read what you wrote here. Let's see. Man, I used to do convention circuit and artist alley stuff of things I would hear and see other artists and creatives do. Kind of insane. It's not just in person, it's also online. And when you do stuff online, it is out there for the entire world to see. And if you're not aware that what you just did is inappropriate, you're not even going to bother to delete it after the fact. You might even be proud of it. Just like, oh, you're all... And it's like, okay... and this isn't a political stream or whatever, but like, keep that shit buttoned up, because, your hard political belief, your convictions aren't professional when you assert them as if everybody believes the same things as you do. And what you think is like important knowledge to be shared is in fact like extremely offensive to anybody who is within earshot. And then these guys like complain about how no one's hiring. And if every storyboard artist is kind of doing that sort of thing, it's like our days are numbered, you know? We really have to have better optics as a profession. Like, doing the stream alone has really, like, today's a very bad example because I'm completely unwashed and unshaved. But, like, I've been much more interested in, like, my grooming and stuff like that as a result, because of course work from home sort of negates all those needs. But I'm using the stream as a great way of just sort of like, let me get back to trying to look professional. You know, maybe I can get back to being on site, because on site was always better networking than work from home. As convenient as work from home is, it'll never be as I mean, depending on the type of work, but it just always to me felt like being on site, you could accidentally meet people or make connections with people that would lead to your next job. And that happened every time I went on site, or it felt that way. Who knows if that's actually true, but yeah, Andy, tell us some stories. Name names too. Go on the record. Yeah, don't name names. I'm certainly not about to. But it's not my imagination. This is endemic to artists as a profession, and now that artists as a whole, artists as a profession, are being threatened to being replaced by computers. It is, in my opinion, that those of us who can modulate their personality in a way that, sorry, I'm burping on stream. Do better, people. Be less rude. Burp. But that's kind of what I mean is a little bit more, I don't know. It might not amount to anything, but I think it couldn't hurt to practice trying to be normal. Just practice. Just practice it a little bit. You'd see a lot of aggressive sales tactics, pretty strong reactions to people not buying stuff, so I'll just talk shit. Ongoers about being cheap and stuff, a lot of infighting and drama. Of course, bad hygiene, yeah. I mean, I'm not Mr. Smellgood over here. Definitely there were times when I'm like, oh man, I should not have skipped my shower. And working like right next to a director or something like that. Ugh. Drinking too much coffee, getting flop sweats, and just overall being gross from being overworked or whatever. But you know, but work was at the time plentiful for me, so it's not like it affected much. Now I can see that we can't afford any more loss, right? There can be no more excuse making about like, oh, well, that's just a small factor, but like there are no longer, without an excess of work, small factors may be the thing that tips the scale. It's just me thinking, ranting about, or, you know, too much time on my hands to wonder about what could be different. Okay, this is a funny drawing. She's in the reflection of a table, so we have to make it look that way. Okay. Everybody save your work. Iterative save. All good things to keep in mind for when the work does come back. Absolutely. And I hope on-site work comes back too, because Ben, you were so charming in person, and a lot of the stuff I'm complaining about, like, I do not feel like that applies to you. So I'm like, okay, this is a guy who would be perfect for commercials where he could, because there's like, commercials are fun. Like, the people who work on them are cool, sexy people, and it's interesting branding, and that would be like a good setup for you. If you got trapped there, you could do much worse. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go grab a smoothie that was made for me. I'll be right back. First time getting up in like 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Maybe this. Let's see what it says. It says, I kept trying to tell people to treat being in public with your art is branding yourself. Yes. I 100% agree. 100% agree. Always. It's either going to be good branding or bad branding. I think whatever goes more in set or in groups, especially. Yes. And it's branding for yourself personally. It's branding for our profession. And if we take all these liberties, like we've got all, like no one can touch us, kind of this kind of like, oh, storyboards, they can't do anything without us. So, we're gonna, we can't be touched. A lot of attitudes like that I'm the more I'm being social with storyboard artists, the more I'm getting these vibes. Not like they're like treating me that way, but I hear stories about like, oh, it's like, hey, I charge the client too much or like whatever, you got away scot-free, haha, and it's like, dude, that is the sort of shit that works against, like, great, you did good for yourself in the moment, and meanwhile, it's like I try to think, like, what's a good analogy here, but like I try to think about like when you hire a plumber, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because it's like, don't plumbers have terrible reputations as people that screw over their clients? It's like, I can think of several instances where I've needed to hire a repair or like a mechanic or something like that, and it's like, what the place that, when you do need to hire that sort of thing, it's like, it feels better knowing that you know someone who's really good, and if that person is available, it's like, holy moly, you got to take your chance with someone who may not be as good, and that's going to be really stressful for a client. And it's like, we should be the people that they're hiring. A storyboard artist needs to feel like you're calling Superman and he's going to save your butt. When I worked at the agency, there was a very us versus them kind of mentality between the creatives and the salespeople. I think it happens a lot in our industry too. I agree. I think it, a little bit of like daylight on the subject, a little more discussion. And it's like, I'm not interested in like policing, our conduct. But I'll put it this way, at least. There's an opportunity. There's a huge opportunity for artists who can draw decently. An artist that draws decently well, but that can be consistent. And like, you don't have to be a genius, but if you can be consistent and you can be easy to work with, you can have a huge, long career in like commercial storyboarding. Take direction, schmooze a little bit, don't offend, and the world's your oyster. Have hope, but it's tricky. The entrenched I don't think the people that have these practices, like the bad practices, I don't even think they're aware. And I'm not sure how to change course on some of that stuff. Can't do it for them. I'm just utterly in denial about what is or what isn't being a problem. Had a very difficult interaction with a storyboard artist that I've admired, that I met him at a birthday party recently, and it was at a very loud bar. Very loud bar, so it was hard to communicate. And he hadn't met me, but I knew of him through, having seen his Facebook page. Him being tagged on photos in Facebook. Is basically very well-known storyboard artist. I came up and smiley, and okay, I'll admit I was fucking wasted. I was drunk. I'd been at one birthday party before I got there, and then, took more shots with the birthday boy once I got to the place. And I wanted to have a good time, but of course, it's a storyboard artist party, so everybody's sort of moping around, not talking. Or if they are talking, they're like, how's work? Really sucks. Yeah, It's like, okay, it's like a birthday party and no one's in the mood to celebrate. It's just like, oh my God, everybody's so uptight. But I was like, okay, here's an opportunity to meet this guy. So I went up and I started chatting with him, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? You having a good night? All that stuff. And he was like, who the hell are you? And I'm like, I'm Max. And he's like, so? I'm like, okay. He's like, why are you talking to me? And I'm like, whoa. And I was just like, at this point, I was like, no, I don't want to talk to you. But I was also sort of like, he may be trying to psych me out a bit or all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sort of like, so I demurred a little bit. I was like, okay, well, I can tell I'm offending you. I didn't mean to. Um, uh, I know who you are. I really admire your work. And he's like, and who the hell are you? I'm like, well, I'm Max. Max who? I'm like, I'm Max Forward. I invited you to my party a couple of weeks ago and you couldn't make it. And he's like, oh, Max, you should have said so. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I should have. But also, I didn't tell him this part, but I'm like, you shouldn't be so fucking rude in, like, Hollywood where, like, dude, you don't know who I am. I could be Steven Spielberg's kid, How the fuck do you know I wasn't about to ask you to work on my huge project and solve all your problems? Like, imagine. Now, maybe he was having a shitty day. But I've never been in a mood so bad where I would talk like that to someone without knowing who they were first, at least. And this is a real and like, I'm like, it was so rude, and I've been wanting to, like, host another storyboarding event at my house, and I was like, but I want to be able to invite everybody, but now I don't want that guy to come. And I don't know what to do about that. I talked to my wife about it, and she said, dude, fuck him, fuck all the rest of them. And again, this was me thinking, I was like, and this is how it goes, where, like, interactions like that, guys thinking they can just act however they want to. And I'm sure in his mind he had whatever justification, or whatever. But, like, to me, there's no justification for that, ever. Like, if nothing else, just conduct yourself with, like, the basics, I don't know. Not in the mood to make a friend that day. But, like, my motto is make everybody an ally. Everybody should be Team Max, basically. I don't think it's anybody you know, Andy. But, and I tried to, I try, and then it's like, to cap it all off, I was like, okay, well, I'll talk to you later. And I stepped on his foot on the way out accidentally. So, that's, and it seriously was an accident, but I'm just like, here I am trying to be, Mr. Good Impression, and I totally effed that up, so. So maybe there's a chance at redemption. But, like, the fact that we can, like, nominate people in our heads as, like, possible candidates, it just goes to show it's not uncommon for these kinds of personalities to be entrenched, and some of this on big jobs like movies, film, TV. Like, this is the stuff. And I'm not like, this person needs to be eradicated. Like, dude, do good work and all that stuff, but like I don't know, that better have been an off day, or else it's like, that's a problem, It's like, interactions like that, producers are just like, cool, another reason, just one more reason not to hire a storyboard artist if I can avoid it. you know? Not worth the trouble. Yes, storyboards are good, they solve problems, but if they introduce all these other problems too, feels like taking too big of a risk to that isn't necessary. Why do it? Absolutely. I happen to know because I asked on my way out. I was chatting with another storyboard artist who is just totally charming, friendly, and everything. So I knew that like I could talk with him just fine. I was like, "Yo, is that guy always like that?" And he's like, you know, you missed a conversation earlier that, you know, upset him, and he was not happy about, you know, the way work was going, and in terms of like they were all basically swapping stories about how bad it is. Again, this is at a birthday party where people are trying to have fun, and a bunch of storyboard artists can do nothing but mope about their. I mean, I understand it, and I mope too, but you know, I felt bad for the birthday boy. But he was saying that earlier there had been some discussion about how bad things are, and that when the guy was talking to who was friendly, the second guy, he was like, "Oh, well, guys, the work will come back," or whatever. The guy who got mad at me, he had a very negative thing to say when someone tried to cheer him up, basically, about, hey, work will come back eventually, it always does. Had very, very much a negative reaction to that statement. It just seemed very negative. You know? What a shame. It's like, dude, you can have all the talent in the world, but if you're so abrasive like that to other artists, like maybe you're being like that to clients too, and then, dude, you have only yourself to blame if things get slow, right? My opinion. He just said work. Someone was like, "Oh, it's so dead now," and then the other guy said, "It'll come back. It always does." And then the guy blurted out, "Fuck you," to that statement. It basically in retort, brilliant retort. Now I'm hearing that third hand, and now you're hearing it fourth hand, because I wasn't there for that, but that was what I was told, was by means of giving context to the mood that guy was in when I went up to him and tried to make friends. So, having a very shit day, clearly, but also, dude, button it up. Get your, be professional. Absolutely. You can get hired randomly on your samples for sure. Like, samples are extremely important to have. But the return work is about how I know so many guys that, like, I've been like, okay, like, that guy might be good. You know, you give him a, or here's what happens is people are like, hey Max, we're gonna hire either this guy or this guy. We've narrowed it down to these two guys. Which one do you think is better? And in my mind, I'm like, both of those guys are disasters. But I know that one guy can draw better than the other. So I'll say, go with this guy. He draws really well. I've never worked with him. And, you know, your guess is as good as mine. But between these two, that's who I would go for. And these are big, important clients. For me, big clients. So it's like me giving any kind of endorsement is almost like exposing myself to some risk. And the guy shows up, and near as I can tell, he's trying to do his best, but he is also, I hadn't worked with him so closely, like in person before, and I'm like, oh my God, you have a haircut. You look like you're 13 years old, and you're older than me because you are neglected your physical body to the point where you have an incredibly doughish and immature appearance. You're wearing a t-shirt that, is not ironically interesting in any sort of nerdy way. It just makes you look immature. Like you look like you need a lunchbox. You look like a kid who's waiting for the school bus, and you're here to do a good job on these storyboards. And I see him working. The art looks good. I hope that's a redeeming quality. Maybe the art will redeem this guy. I asked later on the director, because the director who used me all the time, I just wasn't available. And I was like, hey, how'd it go with so-and-so? It was like, too hard to work with. I shook my head. I was like, dude, that could have been, if, like, knowing a good substitute for me would have been invaluable to that client, because it was at a time when I was very busy and I couldn't be in every place at once. Imagine the possibilities for that guy to have had more steady work if that impression had been better. I'm not saying like everything was in his control. We can only do so much with what we have physically and whatever, but you got to max it out. And either he said the wrong thing. This guy looks like this was the kind of guy that like you'd be talking to him, and then he would start going blah 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 blah, and he would like send spit into your eyeball, like. Yeah, you gotta max it out. No, the roasting is man, if I was drunk right now, I would be ranting about this shit. But I'm solemnly sworn to at least attempt to put in an honest day's work on this job. Especially after, like, it's not unlike me to like pop a few gummies or THC gummies or whatever, or tip a couple back, for brewskis or whatever while I'm working, just out of boredom or whatever. But again, taking licenses, but like, and that's just a benefit of like, liberties through my experience or whatever like that. Unfortunately, I know from lots and lots of practice of drinking and drawing that I can do this job fine, blitzed out of my mind. But today it's cutting a little bit close. I promised this client I would really do my best, and here I am on stream talking about doing better, and I want to try and do that today. So no shenanigans at the moment, but I'm not a saint. Like I definitely, I've made every mistake in the book, but that's how I know that some things work and some things don't. And I definitely know that people who think they can get away with everything because storyboard artists are invaluable and cannot be replaced, those days are numbered, and those people have their days numbered. I can do my job. They turn my badge and my gun. Yeah. Oh, that is funny. Yeah, I think I remember that episode. Hey, bro. Giggity, gig is giggity. This is a different gig. This is a pharma job different from the one I was doing yesterday. I don't know if everybody has the same experience yet, but some companies are taking Juneteenth very seriously. And, as they should. but it's some companies are shut down for the occasion to honor the holiday, and some are not. The job I was on yesterday is off today because of Juneteenth. So I had a gap. Out of pure luck, this other client also needed boards and was willing to wait till today to get them done. So what would have been a day without work for me, because I wouldn't be getting paid a holiday generally, ended up being an opportunity to have a busy week finally, which I haven't had in a while. So job's going good enough. There's these clowns in the chat that keep distracting me. But actually it's fun, and it's keeping me sort of centered and focused on fairly important stuff on the project, so. Yeah. And now look. So we're probably about 3 hours in. And we're starting to see that, like, hey, a lot of the what would be the hardest things to draw in these compositions has already been sketched out and looks good. Now, if the most important thing that needs to look good already does look good, then everything else can kind of be a little bit phoned in, right? I'm not trying to make more excuses, but there's room to say that, like, hey, the hand on the person in the background that you can barely see, like, that doesn't need to get drawn perfectly. It just doesn't. So from here, we can start... Well, I'll wait till I get to the very top and we've drawn all the important principal actors, basically. But once we get there, I can really just sort of space out and just start really chatting. You know, it would be at that point, I'd be like, well, totally fine to crack a brewski. Even a producer who had seen me do so well would be like, hey, take a break, Max. You know, here's a shot of whiskey or whatever. That used to happen. Not all the time, but there were some times. Super Chase HQ? Yes, I do. It was like a fun racing game. Did they come up with a movie, or what are you about to tell me? Hey, everybody in the chat, Boxer is my brother. IRL, in my real life brother. He almost has 1,000 followers, so click on him and click follow, because I think like that might close the gap or get us really close. Oh, good. Yeah. Play Super Chase HQ on your stream. My bro does variety streams and games. When I'm looking almost too young, but just get a little bit of lines, creases. Oh, age it up a bit. No, I appreciate you, man. Anyway, I'm just boarding the Pharma gig. But this might be a fun opportunity to dovetail into something else that was potentially a bad. Later on, if there's time, what I'll do is I'll flop the entire set of boards so that I could see the mirror image, and that'll be a good way of doing a little quality control. But Boxer, a little bit of some of these storyboarding tricks and hacks that I've been attempting to demo in this dovetail a lot with like the concept of like speedrunning, for instance. This is like cleaning up with a deadline looming is like speed drawing or speed running a drawing a little bit. And in gaming, of course, you've got like, you know, the ways that the developers intend you to run a maze, for instance, and then over time, individuals find ways of breaking out of those paradigms and finding new things, new ways of approaching challenges, completing them faster and faster with every iteration. Nothing is as humbling as flipping the image. I agree. Like, I'm a brilliant art. Whoa! There's great memes for that too. I'd pull some up if we had time. But yeah, they're like, what my image looks like when I'm drawing it, what it looks like when I flip it, and it's like Picasso, right? I don't know about you guys, but I struggle. Well, I shouldn't say struggle. It's not clear that I struggle, but I find front-facing portraits very difficult to draw because of all this symmetry needed. It's pretty challenging. They're the worst, yeah. Be like, oh, this looks good and symmetrical. Lop it. Whoa! Oh, so I don't use rulers, and I don't use never use rulers, never use the line tools. And I almost never trace. However, I do trace logos. And on occasion, very rarely, but on occasion, I've been compelled for the sake of time to trace a car or two. I pretty much only want to trace things that involve like very specific like branding. So like a great example leaps to mind is the logo. The logo for Coca-Cola is something that I will happily trace because learning how to draw it won't be worth the time it takes, and it has to be exact. I cannot justify feeding my ego for the sake of freehanding a logo that doesn't look perfect if it's supposed to look perfect. It's not pride. I don't think tracing is helpful for education. where it is helpful, I suppose, good, but the limits of how artists that I know who rely too heavily on tracing are hampered by it, in my opinion. And that could be another thing that reflects poorly on, I don't know. We should all be skill maxing. Max those skills. Tracing has its uses, of course, but it's if you need it as a crutch, like you cannot draw a certain thing without it, well, practice that, I guess. I'm not perfect. I use references when I need them. Certainly for stuff like it has to be specific to something. You have to. But if it isn't needed, and or you do have the luxury of time to figure out how to draw it, then try to draw it. At least try. Try drawing it without it. If you can't, and it's going to eat up too much time to learn, then trace it. It's fine. You get a pass then, right? But just the pride talking. My brother knows I do have an artistic ego and sense of pride. Tracing in some industries is absolutely the standard, like doing comp and key art, for instance. You're expected to. So by all means. But even when I'm asked to do that stuff, I don't trace. So I don't know. I don't see what the challenge is. Yeah, and that is to say that, so the reason I don't use a ruler is because the line, like, I'm very into like my line as like a unit of communication, and if I like, even a messy drawing is preferable to one that is perfect but stands out as not coherent with the other drawing. Like a traced image has different decisions that are unnatural to an artist's decisions when they do non-traced work. So what happens is you have these images that look like they're cut and paste out of, like, this piece of this image doesn't match with that piece of the image, and they're in the same image. It's almost like they're done by different artists. Sorry, I just see an opportunity for some correction there. This was before I was warmed up. Look how terrible this drawing is. And it's, for me, when I look at drawings that I'm like, okay, I see a traced background I see a traced car, and then I see a background that was clearly traced from an entirely different photo, and a person in the car that was traced from a separate photo. And they don't match, and they don't look good, in my opinion. And if it doesn't look good, than I wish it did. Because there was an opportunity there to impress, and it was not seized. And it can't look good because it's got an effed up composition because of those choices that were made. A little bit of eyebrow there is going to help. I've absolutely used Liquify tool. I use Distort all the time to like correct perspective or like, whoops, you've seen in this, on this project, I've done several instances where I'm like, that eye is too big, just quickly resize it. We do have like guns to our head. We do have to do what we got to do. I totally get that stuff, but like, if you're gonna trace something, do it skillfully. Make it look like you're making decisions. I've had teachers where like tracing is normal. In fact, it's important to do tracing to make sure the client is getting the image that they want. A lot of clients actually want something that looks like a traced image because they know that they can control what the output is going to be. It's like they don't want your interpretation, they want what they're giving you, kind of a thing. That makes sense. But if you're tracing it without any kind of skill or decision making, and then putting that together with another tracing that came from an entire, like the separate sources, you have to use decision making that accounts for using different sources, otherwise it will look like you just cut and paste a few things together, and to me that's amateurish. It doesn't look good. Of course, it's extremely hard to do that sometimes. Just make something like that look good, but it's something to work towards. God, this terrible face. Jesus. Oh my God. Talking about. Just do it better, guys. And then I like do all these shitty drawings. Some of these might have to just get redrawn. Typically, I try to avoid drawing like big eyes like this. I try to just draw eyes like a squint. Like that. Like that's an eye. Right? But this is a commercial for like eye health medication, so it kind of makes sense to attempt to like have some brightness in their eyes and make them excited about restoring their eye beauty. Okay, that feels better. I found that doing car ads with a 3D model to plop in really helps understand sense of scale, though. After a bit, though, I had good enough. It is an experience in things. Yeah, a lot of mileage is required to like understand car perspectives and lensing, for instance. And so I've totally, for instance, like downloaded SketchUp and been like, okay, I need to get the camera like right there on the tread of this tank, and I want it to look real, so let me download a free tank from whatever, Google SketchUp, and pop it in and see what I can do, and been able to, you got to make your, if you need a reference, and it's normal to need a reference, and you got to do that, then you got to do that, but after having plenty of instances in which I've done that in a way that didn't involve tracing and didn't involve taking a lot of shortcuts, I have a lot of mileage now where I would trust myself to draw it more from my imagination than to say I needed to use a reference or needed to figure out something like that, because that's just a benefit of all the mileage, doing it the hard way a little bit. These will be tricky shots, these long lens ones. Look at all these extras, these big crowds of people. But at this stage, because these are going to go to client for approval, but did you build up mileage on vehicles on the job, or exploring it in your own time, or both? A lot of car commercials will export a packet, basically a care package, intended for the artist to use as reference, specifically in storyboards. They'll have what they call hero angles. And not only will they have hero angles, they will, and the hero angles are like, these are used because we've gathered these for you because these angles make the car look expensive and amazing. And we want you to explore storyboarding with these angles. And we want you to get them correct. Often it's very amateurish to just say, like, oh, I'll just draw the car from whatever angle. Like, ooh, here's an angle. It's like, okay, that's good, but that's not what the client is going to want you to do. They've got all that stuff is set aside. Yeah, you know what I could do on another stream down the road is do like a case study, because I've got so many past projects that I could just dig up and be like, here's the inputs from client that they gave me, and here's the result, and here's the roughs I generated, and here's the here's the changes that they asked for, and here's the final result, and here's the finished product. It'd be fun to do that, right? And yeah, they not only provide hero angles, but they include angles to avoid. They're like, do not shoot from these angles. These angles make our car look like shit. They look distorted. They'll say, do not use a specific lens to film this car. The car interior must be filmed at this lens length, or this I'm not great with photography, so a lot of that jargon I'm still learning. But There's and like that's a car commercial thing that's inherent only to car commercials, as far as I can tell. Only car commercials do that sort of stuff. Very, very particular about the branding, and the car is the branding. Although they do have then they also, have requisites for. They'll say stuff like, we'll need to see a badge shot at least twice in the spot and at least one time within the first 3 seconds. So as a matter of mandate from client, they will say, hey, it will be with no person's choice, not the director's, nobody's choice, but has to happen within the first 3 seconds of the commercial. We want to see the Mercedes-Benz logo flashed. Okay, I've never worked on a Mercedes-Benz one, but I've done BMW, for instance. And they're all the same. The formulas are very similar. Make the car look great. Make the people who drive the car look sexy and young and powerful. Tick all the marks, basically. It's not rocket science, but there are formulas. The thing I get most concerned about cars is consistency across each frame freehanding it. Very difficult. Very difficult. Don't ask me how I do it. I'll have to demo it someday. It's I 100% agree. On the job that I did do the tracing was the BMW commercial. It was very specific to the very new BMW that they were introducing. That would be a great one to sort of demo the case study stuff with, because the had a lot of interesting challenges and a tight deadline. There's a lot of special effects. It was very high concept, and of course, it was like their new flagship electric vehicle, BMW, flagship thing that, a lot of scrutiny, a lot of attention was going to be placed on it. I have to get this gesture right. She's not so much pushing herself away. She's just sort of like excusing herself a little bit to say, no, you go on without me. I may not get it perfect, but yeah, that was one where their deadline was so tight. But I still had some ego. I insisted on drawing one of the cars from scratch, without tracing any photos, and then the rest of them. And it was like, dude, I might as well trace them all, because again, they had the packet of the hero angles that they wanted to see, and the roughs were approved with those hero angles. I mean, when I roughed them out, I roughed them freehand, right? But I could do a stream on car drawing for storyboarding. Basically, sort of like developing like a shorthand for the seeing the car's silhouette and shape and lines, and basically breaking that down into a primitive. Now, a car is several primitives, so you're breaking it down into several primitives, but just basically something that stands in as a simple rendering of the car, it's the kernel of the car, that from which, if the kernel is drawn right in the proper perspective, you can, once that's approved, you can follow a formula essentially in your head to extrapolate how all the car details go onto it, sort of grafted on. A lot of these techniques that I use have evolved from thinking about things like, well, what is the low poly? You know, if you think of like the video game term low poly, like obviously like a really refined drawing, painting, or whatever will have, absolutely thinking of video games. So much dovetails with it. Low poly render. You know, this is what's the low poly render of these glasses. What's the low poly render of a nose? Or a mouth? What's the gesture of a mouth? How many lines can you get away? How few lines can you get away with? It's always what reads. The person, the drawing is in the viewer's imagination. The real drawing in the sketch is completed in the imagination of the viewer. All we need to do is provide the contextual clues. Video games are such a good example because at least when we people our age were growing up, they didn't have the fidelity to have photoreal whatevers. You know, you played the Oregon Trail with like the simplest bits of shit, but in our mind's eye, like it was the saga. Well, I mean, maybe Oregon Trail isn't the best idea, but you know, but like Ocarina of Time, for instance. You know, by now, very simple kind of graphics to reference or whatever, but at the time, so revolutionary. Crack. But it was it was in our imagination where things were actually happening. And so when I draw for boards now, I really try to avoid linearity as a concept. I really try to think of just composition, just what gets the suggestion, what is necessary to convey the message, whatever that message is. Make that clear, absolutely crystal clear, as clear as possible within the timeline provided, and then you're done, because that's the only important thing. Now it's not to say we don't draw backgrounds or other details, but those things are subordinate, of course, to the overall composition. Alex Toth. Is that can you post a link in the chat and I'll click on it so we can all know who we're talking about? He must be like a comic book artist or something, right? Super efficient. Now I want to see. So, but comics and storyboards. I'm a big fan of like Bill Sienkiewicz, whatever. But and of course, turns out he traces a fuck ton as well. So, but he uses design in his tracings. So there's a difference, and his design and his compositions are mind blowing. So, you know, there's no denying the artistry of his work. And the tracing or whatever, you know, whatever, dude. You make drawings look that good? It wasn't the tracing. All right, here, I'm going to click this link. Wish us luck. Okay. I'm not seeing a lot of art examples in this link. Big waste of time. Banned. Mighty Atom is banned. No, just kidding. If someone wants to post a link that has pictures in it so I can see. I mean, I see something that is straight up black and white, and that's great. Let me post something. There we go. So the art of Batman Year One, very interesting to me in some of these. It's impossible to just see the image you want these days. Let's see here. Everything is so impossible, but if we zoom, just like the read on this face, so simple, even from a distance, right? So few lines, so readable. I love the simplicity. Look at this head. You know, well designed, but also so simple. Just such a quick read. Awesomeness. Kind of has a retro aesthetic, which helps because it's sort of takes place in the past, I guess. Anyway, who's that guy? What's his name? David Mazzucchelli. Okay, good Instagram. Let's click this Instagram. Let's see where it takes us. Page not found. It's 2 for 2. Okay, let's ignore really lame-o other artists. Everybody should follow me on Instagram because for my stream I'm doing Zelda fan art and these are works in progress. But the it's starting to gain traction, which I appreciate. But if you guys want, you could follow Study Studio Max, where when I do stuff that is not paid work, I'm basically doing that, and it's a fun little update. Because when I'm done with Zelda, I'll do other projects like fan art for like, I don't know, Street Fighter 2 or something. Just it's an excuse to draw cool shit when I'm not working. Are you watching me on your phone? That's cool. I did not watch the Nintendo Direct yesterday, no. It looked like they announced a new Zelda video game starring Zelda. I saw that. Zelda game, yeah. My kids might finally be of the age where I could, like, play a video game with them. I'm curious to try this. And, like, Zelda be a perfect candidate, so. Do you guys have habits that you do when you're drawing? Like sometimes I go like this. Like I'll put my tongue on my lips. Like that. And in the past, I know that I've also like flared my nostrils. Like flare my nostrils or raise, like some people like raise their eyebrows or... My mom makes a kissy face with her lips. She goes like this when she's drawing. I suppose it's a way of like centering your attention or something that feels like concentrating, or maybe it's like while you're concentrating on one other thing, you can't stop yourself from doing this other thing compulsively. You know what? Okay, so here's a little decision making. The client wanted this woman to be having a smoothie, so that's why she's got a cup, you know, something. They're at like a bike cafe. This person's at an event, so I think it's appropriate for them to have a cup. But something has to separate the design of the cups. They can't just both look like cups like that. So this looks a little more festive. Okay. Okay. I mean, do what you do, but if you get into bad posture habits, you will suffer the consequences. Okay, let's find things that are secondly most important. Now, I'm not sure how I might best divvy this up. We have about an hour and a half to 2 hours to get all the rest of this other crap in. But it will look good when we're all done. I have faith. We'll just sort of sort it out. And I'll turn it in at 4 p.m. regardless, and the client will either say, looks great, or, hey, Max, can you fix this one thing? That'll be the one way or another. But oh, I'm at a standing desk too. But I hate standing while I work, so I got a big stool so that I could sit instead. But you know, technically I can raise and lower this, but it would scrape my wall, so. It's a little hot. Needs to stretch. Okay. But the reason I got the standing desk was, of course, I did at one point have what was probably some legit bad drawing postures that were catching up with me. But it was better just to, in my mind, like adopt some better habits, like doing some yoga, for instance. Okay. All of these important lines are looking good to me. So now I'm just going to sort of indiscriminately stab at some of these less important things and just try to get even coverage. I'll just move very quickly. Like, these are people in the foreground. They have no specific need to draw attention to them. That might be too dark. I actually think I might be better off just a dark gray. Something I've been doing lately in my compositions is avoiding going straight to black with my lines. I'll use gray, and I'll set the paint layering effect to multiply and build up information that way over time on a lot of projects. Can make interesting effects happen. Oh, well, here's another hack too, is all those lines I drew on a layer, I can double that and set it to multiply, and they'll pop out a lot better. And now the most important thing really does look like the most important thing. Here in the reflection of her glasses, it needs to look like a group of people are approaching for some sort of ceremonial event. She's part of that group, but didn't go with them. She's looking on. She doesn't have the confidence to take responsibility for her own good work. Andy, no, I'm so you guys have stuck in here for a long time. I'm pretty impressed. Anybody can go. I don't mind it, and I appreciate the company. I really do. It's been fun, and I think you and I have similar ideas on a lot of stuff. Here is a series of bikes that are available for rent at a bike cafe. We need it to feel like some people are putting on helmets. Maybe there's gear, backpacks, water bottles. Bicycles can be very tricky to draw. I'm not necessarily great at that. It's funny to see like when AI tries to do bicycles, what happens. Silly things in the foreground. These foreground things are just like, you call them like dirty over the shoulder shots. Friends are leaving without her. Bye, Andy. How can we make it look like friends are riding on bikes away from her? Just need the quick read. But in storyboarding, we know that the frames don't exist in a vacuum. If we've set up enough that these are bikes and these are bike riders, then here we know that just a little bit of context is all we need to assume that the things are related, that the bikes and the vents are related. They didn't go from bikes to riding unicycles, they went from bikes to riding on bikes. So let some of that context give you confidence that you can suggest things without being too obsessed with how. There's another theme in this series of in this board, in this spot. There's a theme of reflections and light, essentially. And so there were some opportunities that I suggested to the director that would be good for showing light. And of course, like this, that shadow is too hard right there. I'll fix that later. Hopefully I'll have time. But making it look like she is sort of set against a building with reflecting glass. That's it. That's the background. You know? And what's fun is like that frame's done now. Here, draw a quick background. Gosh, what should it be? Can be another thing that might be later, not before too long. She's in a meeting room. I'll make it look like something industrial with some perspective. Maybe some people are far away. She could be confidently striding through the lobby of the business park. And if I really want to help myself, I'll just copy it over. So here's a tip. This is a new one on me. I figured this out. If you want to drag a portion of an image from one to the next with this setup, see, Andy's missing this crucial tip. But if you put a little dot, see this little dot I just put here in the corner? You can use that to make sure it gets into the same spot on the next, when you drag it over. So it goes corner to corner, and then everything else lines up. Genius. Okay, this frame is already drawn. Now here's some challenges. We need to make it look like there's a serious kind of clear camera move that's happening. The dolly action is happening. So we need to look like this person in the chair. But I bet we can just flop it. Actually, almost looks better the other way. But nonetheless, it'll look like the same person. Important to make it look like the camera moved behind the lady. Or it moved behind the person, but stayed at the lady. That's what the director wants it to do. Looks good. I'll do more characters later on. Right now I'm just trying to get coverage. Coverage on all these little... I want it to look like I spent basically the same amount of time on every drawing. The best way I know how to do that is to evenly distribute the efforts. So not spending more time than necessary on one drawing versus another. There's some challenges. If that's helping. Trying something here that may not pan out. That's a tricky shot because we're looking at her reflection, which is of course upside down in the shiny table. Here, get away with a few things that just look like scribbles. This is tricky. That just looks messy. How can I do this? Maybe I can just write it. Buzzwords. Performance. Goals. Writing stuff like that. You know she's a manager. Underlining things. It's clear. Here we need a bit of context to make it clear that she's exiting. Some doors that look like they're opening. Will fit the bill. Just need a tree right here. Something that looks soft like a tree. That's plenty. Again, there can be a friend here. Very abstract. Just something that feels like an object in the foreground. All right. Go ahead and ditch. No, just kidding. Adios. Thank you for popping in, man. I don't do these like this that often, but I appreciate it. Later. Here, this is supposed to look like she's got a reflection in a car. Car window. And then her friend can kind of be there. Suggested. And it makes sense to not have tons of specific detail for a lot of these things, right? They haven't cast this friend yet. I don't know if they're male or female. I don't know if it's the same friend from one thing to the next. Like, friend, that's how they set this stuff up. It makes sense. But like they're making decisions like that as we speak. I'm not trying to make those decisions yet. It needs to feel concrete yet malleable. They need something that can feel like they've got something that they can riff off of and make decisions like that, final decisions. They're like, we see how this looks, and this has helped us to decide that she needs to have brown hair or something like that. This is supposed to look like a bike tire. Not sure that's doing it much justice. But it's not too bad. And in the context of all the bike riding, and it's abstract on purpose. When it gets to be, when they film it, it'll be abstract too. Boom. Frame done. Tree in the foreground. Super quick read. Maybe a bush. Friend in the foreground. I'm not drawing their life story, just indicating a mass. That feels like it reads. See, that's blocking too much what I drew, so let's fix that. Save my work. I have it. I cannot believe my computer hasn't crashed yet. I cannot believe it. It's pretty impressive. The stream is... This is the longest I've streamed, too. Most of the projects I do are too NDA. Like, too many secret things, too many contracts. They can't be streamed like this. This is one where I'm like, fuck, if they fired me, I wouldn't even care. Needs to look like her son. But again, her son is not cast. Just something that reads as could be her son. Sitting on a couch. We move behind him. Son and a daughter. Be different heights though. Daughter can have longer, wavier hair. Let's see here. Come back to this maybe and think about it for a minute. I need to... So right now I'm feeling like my after drawing for, let's see here, 10 hours today, my fingers are feeling a little fatigued. So what I do then is I adjust my tablet pressure. To make it more sensitive. That way, because my poor little fingers, using all their sensitivity, are now feeling pain if I push down too hard. Now usually I don't want to push down too hard, but I can't help it. I push down too hard. But now I'm finally getting the negative feedback that helps me break that habit. And I can return to what I know I should be doing, which is basically using the machine to enable me to use a light touch. So I don't have to strain my wrist. I definitely had some grip issues when I was using like pencils. So that I think is an issue that is common with pencils. I think if you, we may have had this chat, but you want to learn. So like, if you put down a pencil and you pick up, for instance, a brush pen, you will start to draw very differently with a very different type of grip. And you might learn a good amount about drawing as well. Without trying, I should say. That's a sort of a douchey answer, I think, but it is true. Having removing the possibility of completely removing the possibility of using your bad habits. Like if you got a standing desk and threw away your chair, you would have no choice but to learn how to use a standing desk. Person here in the foreground painting. But I don't tend to have pain, like drawing related pain, which I'm lucky because it would be understandable, I think, if I did. I also definitely use like the pot. I know that like the drawing posture that I use is a good one. I'm sitting, I hunch for sure, but my spine is relatively evenly distributed. I'm not experiencing back pain with what I do. Not experiencing shoulder pain or and stuff like that is common, you know, in our field. So, oh look, I forgot to draw her damn reflection here, but I can kind of knock it out soon. Okay, I know what I'm going to do in this section. Just change the overlapping. Just make it look a little bit like the overlapping. From one source is diminished and the other increases. It's probably good enough. Needs to look like a bunch of paint is on this palette. She's mixing. There it is, she's applying. Some of these background strokes are very abstract. Letting them use their imagination. Save. It's never more important to save than at the end when you're getting close to being done and you don't want any more interruptions. This has been fun, not having sort of a good way for me to either Talbot. Is that how you would preferably like me to pronounce that? Rider in the house. Okay. You're late to this stream, but I'm in the finishing stages of, or at least attempting to become in the finishing stages of this series of storyboard frames. Oh, really? How do you like the process of, because you've been live streaming writing a novel, basically, right? I have an interest in writing a book about Spirit City. Is that an app, or are you talking about like that's the name of your project? I'm making this look too much like she's making a perfect drawing, and it needs to look like a painting, so. It's okay if I make things look a little bit messy, huh? Hey Faye, welcome back. It's a working game with lo-fi music, characters. It's a visual thing for the viewer to enjoy while I can write upcoming stories that aren't released without basically giving the story away for free. Oh, that's interesting. I'm considering... I do this too much where people talk about something and then I spin it back to me, but it's my stream and I'll do what I want. I'm considering writing a book about... It's autobiographical, but the experience of, well, when my daughter got sick, she had cancer a few years ago, and she survived and has been doing great. But during the entire thing, I've been someone who keeps a journal for a long time, and so I have a very extensive journal about the entire treatment process and all the trials we went through dealing with it, and a lot of ups and downs. It's very, like, I've read it back to myself. It's very much an emotional read, and I think to myself, it would be so easy to just convert it to a book, and so I may try to do that sometime in the future. And the idea of doing it like on a live stream is a part of why I'm doing this, like live streaming, for instance, or trying to like put forth trying this new venture is in a repudiation of like AI technologies that these days, if anybody draws anything good or writes anything good, well, probably not the writing. Like, I don't think ChatGPT writes well necessarily. I think it writes poorly, but does that well. But people who create things now have to offer up also proof that they did it without the aid of AI, or else they'll be accused. Or, you see it. And sometimes they do use AI, and they should be accused, but or, I mean, if you're using AI, that's fine, but, don't pretend like you aren't, kind of a thing. Anyway, it's, I'm trying to think of what I might do in the future if I do attempt to write a book, I should say. Yeah. First person or third person. Yeah, that's an interesting, like, right now the journal is first person. Very easy to just port that over. However, I think there's so much more to the story. For instance, my wife's point of view, and even like my daughter's point of view, would be so important to explore. I'm not sure if I have standing to write in terms of from my daughter's point of view, but she's almost at an age where I could interview her and see what she remembers. Yeah, I think it's well, I know in my industry, its use is rampant on every single project I've seen so far in the past 2 years. Like, without exception, AI is everywhere on all the creative stuff. And it's acknowledged and practically boasted about. Very much entrenched now, part of the construct. But like, as someone who doesn't use it or doesn't feel like the need to use it, I would prefer to avoid any doubt that I might have. I don't know. I'd like it to be like, yeah, I wrote that book, and even though I'm not a professional writer, I did it well, and I did it without, I don't know, input from a machine. I don't mind input from a machine, like, here, maybe suggest some edits or something like that. Maybe that's okay, but I'd love to feel like it was my own original voice. Silly romantic humans. There might be enough just in my journal to just port over. And then just maybe some embellishments. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. My house is like overheating, and yet my temperature controls are on my phone, and my phone is being used as a camera right now, so I don't think I can do anything without interrupting the stream. So eventually I'll have to do it anyway, just to do it, but these are too sensitive now. I have a nice air conditioner, but it's I can't turn it on, I don't think, without... Or maybe I can. Let's see here. Missed. Please log in. Please. Huh. Add up your words. Now don't use computers. Count them one by one the old-fashioned way. Otherwise, it's cheating. Cool mode. Set to go down. Set to 70 degrees. That'll be good. At this point, I've got about 45 minutes left. Not enough time to really draw anything in any great detail. But I can try to make these compositions read. Because they're also going to be formatted with enough text that'll accompany in the form of like captions, storyboard captions. Someone else will add those. So that doesn't have to count towards my deadline. Or if they say, hey Max, can you add those in? I'll be like, sure, but it's more time. Well, cutting it close. And it's fine. I'll have some stuff looking rough and some stuff won't. It'll be okay. We need this person to look like they are offering her a helmet. I was able to get the AC running after all. The power of computers. This is supposed to look like a cafe. Something that looks like a menu, maybe drink dispenser. Offering a helmet and then turning it down. Need something here that feels bright, so it's clear it's a reflection. That's good. Here, some streaks. Help it read. Here too. They're not normal make you look cool sunglasses, they are make you self-conscious because of how incredibly obnoxious they are. Medical sunglasses. And do everything I can to avoid drawing these crowds. But I might just have to. Is milling about. Some sort of lunchy mixer. Coworkers want to include her. He doesn't want to. Feels anxious. I want it to look like it's all men and no women. Okay, we'll what feels like an equal read of both sexes. Oh, man. Okay. AC's cracking, so I'm going to show... Oh, that's my window. Okay. Oh. I have a few other tricks up my sleeve, but without too much panic, let's try to Okay, so I mean, you'll have to tell me that. Obviously, that sounds super impressive. Does that mean you've written your novel's worth and you just need to edit, or it's... Certainly, that's an impressive amount of words. Way too much detail there. Oh, okay. Very, very cool. Clearly, big efforts. When you, I mean, are you, have you published many of them? Do you sell, like, your books? Now I'm, like, super intrigued. I have no, time to read novels, but it sounds very intriguing. Come along with us. Huh. Just completing a novel seems like such an accomplishment. Do you have good sales? Still, first step is getting it out, right? I'm very impressed by that. Streaming is your advertisement. That's fun. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. I've got my own, like, storyboarding website or whatever, but it feels like people don't go to web. I'm not sure. I don't even have good good metrics on my website traffic, so I don't know if people look at it. But I know that I don't generate a lot of job leads from my website. Molly, welcome. Have you been lurking? No, you would have said lol or tall if you had been here earlier. Hi, Lolly. I'm having a little bit of fun just streaming like a paid gig of mine today. It's a commercial for a pharma job. I'm almost done with it. Of course, I don't have enough time to do a great job on it. I'm trying to, for the sake of pride, make it look as amazing as possible. Impossible to do. It's due at 4 p.m. according to client. We'll see. I mean, it could always be that like 4 p.m. comes in and I just wait for them to bug me. You know, they might say, no, that wouldn't be very professional. It's also, I shouldn't work on this more than I need to, right? So if I turn in where it's at and they say looks amazing, then why not take them for their word at it? It doesn't look as amazing as I would have loved to make it, but that's always the case. It's nothing new. I'll get as far as I can with a couple of approaches. See, I know from experience that some of the most important frames are the ones at the beginning of a spot. The second most important frames are the ones at the end of a spot, because they all infer that kind of context. So if you can set it up so that the ones at the front look good and the ones at the back look good, all that context should help infer that the ones in the middle probably are good too. And my director doesn't care how good they look so much as is the information being conveyed accurate. Accurate to the needs of the project. It's entirely possible that storyboards could look too good for the needs of the project. You broke the computer. You killed it. Stop. It's already dead. very quick sketches here. Many different things can help paint the picture. But if I draw something too clear, the client might get stuck on a detail that they don't want, that is too clear. You want them to be concrete yet malleable. Oh, that's a lot of words. Your hands must be so tired. Did you ever get comments like that? I know I do. This has to feel like a reflection down here. So I'm gonna paint into it a little bit. Come on. What? Oh, here. There it goes. Need it looking like there's papers. Papers on the desk. Some folders. It feels like there could be edge of a table here. Maybe that's okay. Whew. My wife came home and turned off the AC. So, that's great. It's just what I needed. Talk books. books. I haven't had about the only time I can read anything is on an airplane, where I know I'm sort of captured for a bit and not subject to household chores or other domestic realities. I don't know if that's a good way of drawing that, but I think it looks okay. That basically reads as that. We need the same thing again here. Perspective can shift a little. Some cheats can be less cheaty than others. Oh yeah, I'm interested in talking stories. A lot of what I do is solve story problems. It's common for productions to just get so rewritten and written and written and written and rewritten that they'll end up with long tails of like kind of vestigial organs. They'll have things happening in the story that made sense when they first started writing it, but don't make sense anymore, given all the changes that they've made, but they won't know which things to keep and which things to toss. Very common problem. As a freelancer that is not personally invested in the emotional outcomes of everybody's ego that's on a project, for instance, I'm in a beneficial place to be able to, like, I know I'm only booked on a couple days, so I'll just get fired no matter what, right? So when people are prompt me to be like, well, what do you think should happen or could happen, I can be honest and say, like, hey, that character's interesting, but they occupy the same place story-wise as this other character that you have, and it feels like they're doing the same thing but competing for space. Why don't you combine them, or just essentially cut out that character, the one that is doing the least amount of work, and it'll also save time. Stuff like that. Things like that can be obvious to me that are tricky for other people to say, or they won't even be able to see it. Hard for people sometimes to see. You can't see their own nose, you know? Or they'll be like, what can we do to make this story interesting? And I'll be like, well, how about give the character a love interest or something? You know, I'm like, oh yeah. A little obvious when you think about it like that, but yes, hard to Sometimes hard to see. God, so many fucking drawings. Director really wanted to see multiple frames for these dolly moves, so price you pay is less time overall on each drawing. Otherwise, we'd have been done beforehand for sure. These characters here need to look like they are unloading bikes from a rack, which is challenging to figure out, but this person needs to look like he could be your husband. And or related to the other kid. How many endless fucking drawings? Keep a cool head. Just keep going. I'm gonna have to get a fan for this room. It's like no one had made any decisions about like how many people are supposed to be in which conference room and anything like that. Everything I'm doing is just pure guessing. Just pure guesswork. But educated guesswork. Shrink some of this down. There's not too many gaps left to fill. Some of these I'm gonna just pretty much use what I've already done for the rough drawing and just see if that'll pass. My watch tells me it's time to stand, as if we had time. On the home stretch. What is the simplest way to draw what remains? Fewest lines possible. Ooh, bikers have fanny packs, right? Those are cool. Maybe. What is your current story about? Like, what's the genre? Ooh. Hello, hello. Oh, okay. Now that's back. Well, we'll see. Now, it probably messed with some of the audio levels. I bet it did, but all right. With so little precious time remaining, I'm going to cheat just a little. See what I can do to use some of these rough drawings as clean ones. Welcome back, bro. Tricky, tricky. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Still need this one. Did it run out? I think it's just repeating at this point. Or is it not playing the music? Oh, it's not capturing it. Yeah, what happened is my AirPods died. I don't know. Will it? If I turn it on or off, will it come back? See, I'm hearing the music, but it's. I knew this would happen. My AirPod died. I put in the other one, and then no music. It's not reflecting on the thing. I want it to, but it won't do. Okay. Well, it's such a shame. If I had more time, this would look amazing. Big cheap eyeball flares. You can hear my voice, right? No tunes. I imagine without any music that there's a big difference in the vibes, but you guys let me know. And I should be done pretty soon. Definitely need some shading here on the hair. Yeah, it's interesting. It's been a good experiment on where some of these limits, you have to try and get the deadline in place, but it can't be done on every project the way it might need to be. Okay, and then just something here. Clean this up. Here, I'll sing for you guys. That makes it better, right? Something that looks like siblings on the couch. Reading okay from a distance. That's the important thing. And then let's see here. I mean, certainly if you zoom out, they look good. Okay, let me see if I can get these arrows in place where I need them. Just a little bit of arrows. Here, I'll draw it here. Dolly. go. Okay, that dolly can now be reused and repurposed throughout the whole spot. I could definitely write it better than that, though. If I'm going to reuse something multiple times, I want it to look good. If it's going to save time, then pass those savings on to the client, right? So, yeah. Dolly. There. My poor screeching son. Screaming in the other room. Okay. Okay, dolly. Now just put that everywhere I need it. Hmm. Hmm. I think it's looking good. After all that. All right. Well, we're 20 minutes late. I'm going to scribble something on the backboard, but it's ready to export. Except for this damn part. It's way too... Ugh. What kind of shadow is that? That's not too bad. Okay. They'll probably get back and say, they look too good. These eyes are just way too big. Way too big. Okay. And here and here. That feels good. Okay, I'm gonna call it. Time to export. Looks good from way back here. Let's let the client tell us what else is needed. All right. My exporting is not interesting and not part of the demo. So I'm going to bid everybody farewell. Thank you so much for sticking in. But yeah, this is the final thing. And wish me luck. I'm going to turn it in. All right. I really appreciate all the support, and I'll let you know how it goes. All right. Bye.